and you may begin when you're ready.
Hey, good evening, Restonians, and welcome to the June 24th, 2021 regular board meeting, which we are conducting virtually per our restrictions that are still in place, but hopefully that's going to be changing soon. So I would like to call this meeting to order, having established quorum. I have neglected in the past to introduce my fellow directors on the board, so I will take the opportunity tonight to do that. I will do that. Well, I will try to do that as I say. Well, I am Karen Anton. I'm your president and Hunters Woods Dogwood District Director. And then I see Director John Mooney, who is North Point Director and also our Vice President. And I see Bob Petrine, at-large Director, and our Treasurer, and Aaron Webb, Lake Ann Tulloch's Director, and our Secretary. And we have Tom Mulcairn, at-large Director, Sarah D'Souza, at-large Director, Jennifer Juszczyk, at-large Director.
South Lakes.
Sorry?
She's South Lakes.
I'm sorry, Jennifer. Of course you are. You're South Lakes. Okay. And is Mike Collins on the call yet? I don't see him, but hopefully he will be joining us. Did I miss anybody? Okay, I don't believe so. I also want to, as I said last month, continue in the tradition established by our previous president, Julie Bitzer, and give some kudos to staff members who have received positive reviews from our members in the past month. So without further ado, I'm pleased to share member comments about employees on our maintenance covenants and environmental teams. A member writes of our central services team, thanks so much for all the work your team does to keep Reston looking so good, especially during the summer when there is so much more to do. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Of Covenants Advisor Trevor Wright, we heard Mr. Wright has been extremely helpful by providing essential advice about filling out the Design Review Board application. My wife, agent, and I are greatly impressed by the diligence, timeliness, and helpfulness in his responses to our multiple questions. Occasionally, he has shown a great sense of humor. That touch improves his communication with us by adding a bit of needed relief and informality to the process. He has made the email exchanges welcome and more informative than I would have thought possible. And finally, a member took time to send along kudos to our naturalist, Abby Stocking, quote, for the wonderful service that I received from her recently. I was very impressed with how dedicated she was to help me achieve my goal. You are very lucky to have her on your program. So, way to go, team. And I'm also going to take a moment of everybody's time to do something that I said I wanted to do when I became president, and that's in addition to recognizing our outstanding staff members, to recognize some of our perhaps unsung heroes in the community who make a positive impact on us. And I'm hoping that in the coming months, my colleagues will want to do the same. But tonight, I want to talk about someone who I met shortly after I became a board member in the spring of 2018. And I went to my first Hunters Woods Neighborhood Coalition meeting. And there I met Julie Doherty, and it was her first meeting as well. Julie is the board president of the Hunters Woods Village Condominium Association. She's been in Reston, as have I, since 1989. She's been a major voice working with us on the plans for repurposing the ball field that abuts her development. She's an outstanding leader, and it was clear when I attended one of their annual meetings how much her residents respect and appreciate all that she does on their behalf. She's always professional and fair. She works tirelessly to make sure her residents can take pride in where they live, and I want you all to see that for yourself if you haven't already. Take a drive over there or a walk over there and take a look at the development over there. Just go up Shire or Breton Court and you'll see how lovely it is and what a great job she's doing maintaining that property so all of her residents can take pride in living there. So thank you, Julie. She wasn't sure she was going to make it tonight, but if she is on the call, I wanted her to put her video on. I don't think so. I know her brother's in town and they were going to be doing some vacation stuff. So anyway, shout out to Julie Jordy. She's great. We've worked with her a lot and we'll continue to work with her on the ball field. Okay, so with that, I would like a motion to approve the agenda for this evening.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
is there a second? Is there any discussion? Okay,
I believe we need to pull an item off the consent calendar. Is this the time to do that?
we do. I think my next motion is going to be to adopt the consent calendar, so I think that motion can take place then.
Okay.
Okay, so I need a vote on approving the agenda. Yep.
I have one too, sorry.
Okay,
I think that I'd like to take the committee resolution off of the agenda for this evening. It was really meant to go after a public hearing that we were going to host, that we're not going to host this evening. So I'm not really sure that the board needs to see that until after the hearing.
thank you, Jennifer. This is something that John and Tony, I discussed with John and separately with Tony, and I believe that we were all in agreement anyway, that it should be an item that's discussed tonight. Is that, John, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, Jennifer, I'm sorry that I didn't have a chance to get back to you, but after discussing it with Tony, I think it does make sense to keep it in its present position. I think that to anticipate item O, there was some confusion on how to understand that, and Tony felt that the board might be able to clarify some of the points that were unclear when we last met about what resolution 4 says and doesn't say, specifically about the IT committee. So he is comfortable with that, and I'm comfortable with that for whatever it's worth.
Okay, as long as we're sticking to that purpose and not making other changes to the resolution, I would be fine with that, because I also have concerns about resolution 1 being on the agenda, since it didn't go into a public Dropbox until today. But we can leave them on, but I do have some hesitancy, with both of those, just to let you guys know in advance if you want to keep them on the agenda. So I won't motion to do anything. The other one I wanted to clarify, Karen, is that informational items are still things that the board can ask questions about or make comments about.
Yes,
Okay.
we're just not taking up meeting time for the presentations.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because it didn't say an informational/discussion. So I wanted to clarify that. Okay, then I'm good to go.
Okay, so all those in favor of adopting the meeting agenda as presented? Anybody opposed? No. Okay. The next motion would be to adopt the consent calendar, and I believe, Aaron, you had something to say.
Yeah, I believe I'd like to pull the volunteer appointments off the consent calendar. I think it bears discussion.
Okay, you're not talking about all the volunteer appointments, though, correct?
Yeah, they're not outlined in the agenda here. Are there lots of them?
Yes.
They're on the second page
Yeah.
of the next page to the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, there were other committee appointments.
Can we break up an item on the consent calendar, or does it travel in a pack?
I believe we can break it up. I believe that's what Tony has indicated me, that we can just pull off the IT appointments and ask for those to be placed after executive session. Bob, you're shaking your head no?
I don't know. I'm just,
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
let's just be conservative. Let's pull them all.
okay,
It's a very simple vote
okay,
for the ones that are uncontested.
all right. All right, so then I move to adopt the consent calendar with the exception of item number 2, volunteer appointments. Second?
I'll second.
Okay. And it doesn't, the amendment doesn't require a vote, I don't believe, but we do need a vote to accept the consent calendar. Right. All right, all those in favor? Okay. Nobody's opposed? All right, that carries. Thank you. All right, next item is member comments. And I would say, because we have a very packed agenda tonight, that I'm going to exercise my prerogative as chair to request that member comments pertain to items that are on the agenda for tonight. If there are any members out there who have input for us on any other topic, I'm thinking particularly of the pool issue, since that is something that a lot of our members are concerned about these days. We do want to hear your comments. Please submit them to us, send us an email, but so we don't have to end up deferring any items on this very packed agenda tonight, I would ask that we keep member comments to items that pertain to tonight's agenda. So with that, I believe Dave Kerr has signed up for a member comment. Dave?
thank you, Madam President. Yes, I have. I'm not sure I'm going to make it to end, so I'll make my comments now. So tonight you're going to be talking a little bit about the fiscal recommendation on the RRF concerns. I just want to frame a couple things for you because I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding. First of all, this recommendation is for our efforts in budgeting the 22-23 biennial budget. That's the time frame we're talking about. Okay, and there's been a lot of work over the last few years on facilities, specifically pools, and the continuation and repurpose and all kinds of things, closures. And yet there really isn't a plan in place, at least that I'm aware of, on what we want to do there or how we're going to do it. And fiscal is just concerned about investing in continuing upgrades to pools that at the same time committees are sitting there discussing their closure or something about their future existence. So we're concerned about spending money on items that we may not wish to spend money on. So we want people thinking about that as we go through our budgeting for the next 2 years. And remember, pools are 1/3 of our entire RRF expenses for the next 10 years, 1/3 just pools. And the operating expense on pools is almost double what we spend in capital on pools. So we just want you to be aware of that and think about that and not spend money. We've got a few pools in this year's budget to be invested in. And at the same time, we're having serious discussions about whether they should be open or not. So let's be careful what we invest in as we go into this budget. The last thing is, currently, if we look at the latest forecast, 10-year forecast for RRF, I believe the staff is predicting that by the end of 2023, RA will have about $2.9 million in excess of required capital funds. Okay, fiscal committee is predicting that we could have in cash position at the end of 2023 around $5 million. So at this point, we just don't think there's any reason to look into financing anything in the course of building our biennial budget. So that's just a couple of things to hopefully help the conversation later tonight. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dave. Are there any other member comments? Yes, Mr. Flashman. Oh, and I'm sorry, Dave, I didn't ask you for your address.
I apologize
And then
very
I
much.
apologize too.
David Kerr, 10718 Midsummer Drive.
Thank you. And Mr. Flashman.
My name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. This evening, I'd like to comment on two things. One is that on June 1st, I filed with the board a common interest community board complaint with regard to the number of members on the IT committee. And you have chosen not to put it on the agenda for this evening. And I just want to warn you that your next opportunity for a regular board meeting is at the end of July. If you do not hear it in July and you have done nothing about it up to that time, you will have to hold a special board meeting because you do not normally hold a board meeting in August. And the 90 days will have run at the end of August. So I'm simply putting you on notice. And if you do nothing, then I'll simply take it up to the community interest ombudsman. If 90 days pass, then I'll simply take it up. Secondly, I believe this is the second time you have decided to deal with the IT committee appointments. The operations committee has twice given you nominations. And it appears that you want to not pay attention to your operations committee because they gave you 6 and you were unhappy with that. Then they gave you 5 and you appear to be unhappy with that because you want to take it off the consent calendar. It is long past time to have waited this long to appoint members to this committee. This is an important committee. It is one that is important because it should be reviewing what the proposals are for dealing in the future with IT. It should be looking at the future and it should be working to achieve a sound footing for IT operations and for other computer-related operations. Right now, you're flying solo with your director when it is clear that the community has wanted something other than that. And so I hope you will take that into consideration as we move forward this evening in your decisions about appointing members to that committee. And we'll ultimately do it. And take into account your Board Operations Committee's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Erwin. Any other member comments? Christina, are you seeing anything?
I do not see hands, no.
Okay.
If we're done with member comments, Karen,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that this board appoints Kyle Chin, Syed Farnam, Jordan Fletcher, Ven Nair, and Ajay Sravanapudi to the IT committee, effective immediately. If I could get a second, I think we can discuss and vote.
Second.
My discussion is, Irwin's shared this. I've made my member comments at the last meeting. In the interest of time, and in the interest of any of those IT other committee members sitting through this, I don't want to make them wait till the end of the night. If we can call a vote and rip the Band-Aid, let's just go ahead and do it. Thank you.
I'm gonna this has been pulled off the consent calendar so it could be discussed in executive session.
Right, so I'm just making a motion. We have a second. So we discuss and vote. It could pass or fail. We vote up or down. And we move on to next steps.
Is that something we can do, Tony?
That is how we,
It's the board's decision whether they want to discuss a personnel matter in executive session or not. It's a may, not shall.
Okay.
we can vote up or
Yeah.
down and move on.
I will be voting against this motion because I want this discussed in executive session. Aaron, did I see your hand go up?
My comment would be similar, that I think these matters, where the discussion of the merits of individual candidates, in order to protect the privacy of those involved, is better suited for executive session. In addition, the discussion should also, sorry, what? I believe the discussion should also entail a request that was made to the Board Operations Committee to find a staggered appointment plan that I did not see in the recommendation as well.
Yes, and that was,
At the moment, our resolution says 3-year terms, so the Board Operations Committee does not have the authority to veer from the current resolutions. And I think Jennifer and John, you have that resolution on for tonight, the staggered terms. But Tony, there's a motion, it's been seconded. Do we?
we're discussing. Yeah, because regarding the tiered thing, that was something that was in John's motion at the last board meeting, directing Bach to deal with, and we didn't. So that's what.
Bach cannot deal with it because the resolution as it stands right now says 3-year terms. So till that's corrected, Bach cannot address that issue.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? John, was that an abstention from you?
It is.
Okay. So it looks like the motion carries.
Here.
Okay. All right.
Aaron,
Yes.
sorry,
Yes, Jennifer, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I believe the IT piece was the piece that you all wanted to discuss in executive session, but just to test the waters, I'm going to motion that we accept all of the other volunteer appointments that were not for IT.
Second,
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? All right, that carries. Thank you, Jennifer.
We need to amend the agenda to take away that executive session then? Doesn't matter.
There's another issue.
I'm not sure if we're still going to need it for consultation with council if so we can leave it on there as a placeholder. It doesn't look like we'll need it for personnel matters. Yes, Bob?
Um, Would it be appropriate to make a motion that now that we've stood up the IT committee, that they should, as soon as practical, have an organizational meeting and take up the website proposal that we have? Or would
I'll
that be better?
second. I'll second.
Aaron is our board member of that committee. Is there anything you wanted to say about that?
No, I have no comment on this.
Okay.
I think it would be appropriate that given the timing of the proposal on the website, that it should be, the first issue that the committee should take up. And given the timeline as proposed, it would seem that this would be an appropriate issue for the committee to initiate its to work through it initially.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? And I'm abstaining, so the motion carries. Okay. Treasurer's report is next. Did we have any questions or anything we needed to discuss about that?
Karen, we still have executive session violation matters.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I skipped right over that, didn't I? Yes, Christina, can you take us into executive session, please?
Would you like to motion?
Yes.
I move we-
Can I have a motion to move into executive session? Yes,
moved.
John.
To
I'll second.
discuss contractual violation report.
For contractual matters and violations, yes. We didn't vote, but I'm assuming everybody's in favor of that.
Aye.
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 All right, anybody opposed? Okay, we're going into executive session.
Karen, you're on mute.
Always on mute when I come out of executive session. Okay.
I have another request to join the breakout room.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I have a request to join executive session. Are we all in open session now? I think, okay. I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a violation or contractual nature were discussed or considered by the board during executive session. Have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Abstain from Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim. Hello, Tim, and one abstain. Okay. I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to adopt the June Legal Committee's report and affirm the decisions reached. Second? John, second. All those in favor? Opposed? No abstentions? Okay, that carries. Okay, I move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to remove item K from tonight's agenda. Was that the extent of it?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe I heard Director Petrine move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to refer the matter of the website to the IT committee for a review and recommendation and instruct the CEO to have staff answer all board questions by 8:18. Pretty sure I heard that.
That's what I said.
And I'll second.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Abstain.
I think the motion carried. Was that enough? Okay. Okay, I move that after a competitive bidding session, after a competitive bidding process and in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, to approve the insurance renewal through Core Assurance Partners as presented in executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Abstain.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Jennifer.
I move to direct the CEO to continue to search for cost savings as it pertains to the association's insurance coverage while maintaining the current level of coverage.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, so moving on to the treasurer's report, which everybody saw in their packets. So is there any discussion or questions for Bob?
I'll make a very quick statement that we've provided an abbreviated treasurer's report this month. We focused on cash, which we have a very healthy cash balance, and the accounts receivable, which are running at levels which are consistent with past years. We are converting the assessments at a very solid pace this year. The last thing is that we will be providing a fulsome report on the first half of the year at our August meeting. And, I'm done and can answer any questions that anybody has.
Okay, so there is no August regular board meeting? Unless we call a special meeting or just for that purpose, but typically there is no, we'll have a budget session, but no regular meeting.
Okay, we will adjust as necessary.
Okay. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
Chris, second quarter capital projects update.
I'll keep it brief since you already have all the materials. We're moving right along with the projects. We do have a couple on hold at the moment while we do some evaluation on the geotech to determine whether or not it is best to go forward with doing just a recap or perhaps something as far as doing a full depth reclamation like we're doing over Hook Road right now at Uplands and Polo Fields tennis courts. The only remaining item that I have for you is that decision on, let me pull it up real quick here just to make it easier. The decision to redesignate the funding for the scissor lift instead of buying the scissor lift to be purchasing a stand-up lawnmower. If you have any questions as to the details behind it, Mike Mack, I believe, is still on. He can probably get into a bit more than I can regarding it.
Okay.
If not, I do have a proposed motion for you.
Okay, I'll be happy to read that. Move to approve the redesignation of capital project 9753-2142 for the purchase of a scissor lift to the purchase of a standing lawnmower for a budget not to exceed $11,199. Second? John? You're on mute, John, but I saw your hand. That was a second from John. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Thank you, Chris. I have a question on your report. I didn't, unless I missed it, I didn't see the Butterfly Meadow overlook in the third quarter projection. Can you tell me what the status of that is?
So we are finalizing the conceptual design with the engineer. We need to go back with the working group, the original working group over there to kind of discuss the details behind that. We're also kind of hoping for material costs to kind of settle down. Pressure treated lumber is still quite high, but it is finally starting to kind of make a turn for the better. So with that, we're going to try to get that detail finished out, get it to DRB because it still needs to get re-reviewed and approved, and then get it under construction. And right now it's probably a little bit, I don't know, it would have an impact to the meadow at this stage to try to do construction. So it might be something more around the Q4 period before we actually start work, just because we don't want to disturb anything right now during the growing season still.
I really hope so. Okay, thanks. Any other questions for the capital projects report? Jennifer?
Can I request that the comments from Fairfax County go on the capital projects page? And also last meeting, I asked that an email be sent to the list that we have on file with the updates. And I haven't seen that email unless I accidentally missed it. But now that we're past the DRB meeting, can you make it a two update in one?
Sure.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, next item, land use update. Mr. Mooney, I believe.
Thank you, Madam President. Larry and I have no update because we updated the board and the community on the 15th during the work session on the comprehensive plan. So it was a very extensive discussion. Those materials are available. Larry, is there a video of that people can watch if they want to?
I'm sure that, yeah, I'm sure Christina has that.
Okay.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. And we also have a PowerPoint that we would be happy to share. It was in the distribution for that board work session. The only other thing I would say is that the next task force meeting is next Monday, June 28th at 7 o'clock on the Fairfax County web service. And again, you can contact Larry or me at any time if you have questions about the comprehensive plan process. Thank you.
You know, I'll just add that Jennifer is hosting some, we had our first Parks and Rec kind of small group meeting. We have another one next Tuesday evening to bring some revised language and to bring back some of the decision points of the language in the Parks and Rec section where there's not consensus agreement at this point. So that is ongoing as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Discussion? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, CEO update, second quarter.
Yeah, thank you. I gave you a fairly comprehensive report, so I'm just going to hit some highlights and answer any questions you might have. Right now, the non-assessment revenue seems to be picking up with COVID, the restrictions going by the wayside. A couple of interesting things. Same period sales of homes that have been disclosed from the first year through the end of May are about 40% ahead of last year. We're at about 615 resales versus last year at the same time was about 430. And it's also equates to about a 40% increase in revenue above last year. The other thing that's also very pleasing to see is right as of the end of Monday, June 14th, I should say, camp registration is up, it's modest. It's up about 3.5% or about 60 campers and still growing. So I think there's a bent up demand for campers. So that's going well. Eliminating inefficiencies and saving money. We're doing well. Central Services is doing the biggest part of that efficiency, and in total, we can actually track about $340,000 worth of savings across the organization right now. I also think everyone, based on the number of comments about pools and Save Our Pools that the community has put out there, that we have indeed gotten the attention of some of the financial issues that we're facing going in the long term going forward. And I'm very pleased to be working with the board on many of those issues. When it comes to employee satisfaction, we're still taking and getting feedback. Our next full survey is scheduled for mid-July. So I'll have some more data for you at that point in time. I was also very pleased to be partnered with the Friends of Reston and Reston Historic Trust and Reston Hospital when we went and celebrated the delivery, and no pun intended, of the baby book. What was interesting is there were 3 former RA board presidents there, including our current president. So it was really a lovely evening. And not only did we help support that and partner with Friends of Reston on that, we actually are warehousing 4,000 other books. So as the babies are delivered, which I think we learned about 200 babies are delivered every month at Reston Hospital. We'll probably get through those books fairly quickly, but we're really pleased to have done that. See what else I can bring you up to speed on. Just bear with me. The one thing that, there's a lot of things we're doing for customer satisfaction, and we really have emphasized we want to continue to improve. We're not where we want to be. One of the things we said we were going to strive to do in 2021 was come up with an automated way to monitor and track overall customer satisfaction. One of the things we've learned is we're not able to do that right now. And talking with both our IT folks and one of our contractors, Red River, they basically have shared with us that we really aren't going to be in a position to do that until we move our phone system to the cloud, which is currently not scheduled to happen until next year. So that will be one of the goals of automating the monitoring of how our member service and all of us are dealing with our customers over the phone. Won't take place until next year. So a little disappointed about that. We were pleased last night. PrAC is up and running. They had their first meeting last night, and Tom did a great job. Laura did a great job. And with that, those are the highlights. Unless anyone has any questions.
Hank, one of the things that I wanted to add to the community outreach section that you hadn't put in there was when you and I were invited to the CACI ribbon cutting a month or so ago, and so it's an opportunity to develop a relationship with a large business in Ruston, and they are interested in working with us. However whatever that would mean, but.
Thank you. That's a good catch. I should have added that. I apologize.
And I also did a networking breakfast at the Kensington, so, which is another community outreach thing, but yeah, we're out there.
Yep.
I have a couple quick questions.
Yes, Sarah.
We talked about, I want to say, before this board, so the previous board, Friends of Reston doing the rounding up with the checkout, and we were going to have a demo for the board. Is that?
The rounding up, I'm sorry, the rounding up has actually been put in place, and I was shocked by what I heard today. It's been out in place for about 4 days, and they've already raised $4,000. So it's in place. And
we're working. That we didn't get the demo, because I think that was the direction the board gave, that we get a demo before it goes live. But it's okay. It's functioning. That's great. I'll top of it next time when I make a request. Second is I'd like to move that the board directs the CEO to record all public expressions by members concerning the closing or repurposing of the RA pools from January 2021 and continue through the time that any final decision is taken on the 4 pools. I would ask that the record include member making comments, their name, their address, date of the comment, and in what form the comment was made. If it was on the website, if it was at a PrAC meeting, if it was via email, or if it was at a board meeting. And I would also ask that, effective immediately, a monthly updated consolidated report be provided to PrAC and to other members on request. We've all seen multiple emails come in, and Hank, I think you mentioned it in your presentation, that we're hearing from the membership. I'm just asking that we track those, that we have a report where it's being consolidated. It's in different forms. We hear them at, like we heard them last night at PrAC. We've heard them at the work sessions. I'm just asking that we have a running tally. And if I have a second, we can discuss.
Is there a second?
This is Jennifer. I'll second.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Discussion?
Yes, Bob.
I think we need to move the discussion away from 4 specific pools and look much more systemically to the entire set of pools that we have. I think it is way too early. And there's a lot more work that needs to be done before we start focusing on any decisions about pools or tennis courts. And to focus on just, the four identified, there have been four identified. And I think it's a disservice to the process to focus solely on those. Or any, but I think members ought to have the opportunity to express their concerns. Absolutely.
Thank you.
So
Bob. But that doesn't really address what Sarah's motion was, though.
So I'm okay taking out just you want me to, instead of saying 4 pools, just say pools. Is that right, Bob?
Please.
Yeah, I'm happy to change that. Yes.
I'll accept the amendment or the change
you.
the language.
Thank you.
So, Hank, what is what Sarah asking possible? I mean, how would that actually happen?
We're tracking members.
No, I'm asking Hank.
How would that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, because.
Well, unfortunately, I just add Christina's job. I would just ask Christina to track all the emails and put a report together. But that's fine. I mean, we can do that, and we'll gladly do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah, could you describe how you would hope either RA staff or the board would use this information?
When we get to the point where we're asking for community engagement or member feedback, we've already got most of it. So it'll be a good starting point where we go from. And we can almost use these members as a focus group. So with any discussion, we can narrow it down and send messages to them as well, in addition.
Okay, thank you.
We have the data, and I think it's well worth it for us to put it in a formal format so we can access it easily and keep track.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Dan.
Any other discussion? Okay, if there's no more discussion, I'll call, yes, Aaron. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm slow on finding it. Two layers on my computer.
We all go on mute after executive sessions, that's the problem.
I'm a little confused. 2 items. I also, like John, I'm having trouble seeing the utility of this information and seeing how the utility that might be provided would be worthy of the manpower required to obtain it, and the extra burden on our staff members. And then I feel like it's out of line with our agenda to take up this motion, especially given the comment made at the beginning of the meeting, assuring the members that the pools weren't on the agenda tonight and we weren't going to talk about them. Those are my 2 concerns with this, with moving forward with this. If this was a request from the Parks and Recreation Committee for a data set that they would like to have, I would love to see it on the agenda, and having gone through the process of being approved in BOC and placed on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I agree with you. Any other discussion? Tom?
I don't disagree with what you said in terms of procedure, but I would say this information is, attending the PRAC meeting last night, we really need to hear from our members. And the fact that we're getting information from them already, and we can track where it's coming from, who we can talk to, is extremely important. How we do that in terms of attaching it now or doing it in a BOC meeting later, that may be a different issue, but I think in terms of the material that we're gathering from this is very important.
No doubt, no doubt. But I think from a procedural standpoint, this is not the appropriate place. And it should probably go on Bach to get on the next agenda, but.
Tony, can you speak a little bit on the procedural piece? Because this is not, it's just an action directive. And we did cover the pools as part of the CEO update. So it's not completely out of the blue. We can go through it. I'm just hoping to skip a step. We're all going to come back at this anyways. I think we agree on it concept wise. So how does that
Well,
work?
unfortunately, no one's going to like my answer, but you're in the gray. You can make an argument that this should have its own agenda item. You can also say that this is naturally derived from the CEO's second quarter update. So you're in the gray. If you want to be conservative, go through Bach. If you don't want to be conservative and you want to be a little bit more aggressive, I think you can skate by. It's certainly cognizant of the precedent you're setting.
Thank you, Tony. Bob?
I was just clearing my throat. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Is there any other discussion? Okay, then I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and opposed? 3. Okay, so the motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would just state, if I may, Madam President, that I, for one, would like to assess how this goes, and whether we do indeed get good information. And I say that because of an experience we had.
Can I call point of order?
Yeah, because the discussion is over. Is that your point of order? Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, Bob. I'm
Unless you
sorry,
want-
John.
No, that's okay.
John, unless you want to make, an additional motion.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If it becomes a problem, we'll deal with it.
Thank you. And thank you, Jennifer. You're right. Okay. Any other discussion on the CEO update? Then if not, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the second quarter IT update. Clara.
Hi, everyone. So I put the update with, so any questions first? Anyone? But I just want to, if not, then I'll just give a quarterly update. So recently we started additional security implementation project. The board approved that in March for the project. So this is like the final piece of the security implementation where we are adding, we're upgrading of licensing to E5. We are putting Defender for all of the endpoint devices. We are putting MCAS, and then we're also doing CASB. We are doing SafeLink, safe attachments. So a bunch of, additional security items that are going to be implemented that's going to seal the deal for, having a strong security network at RE. Then I'm also been drafting a couple of security controls, policies and procedures document. Obviously, we have an IT committee that has started, so they will also be reviewing that and adding, comments and feedback, if you need to update or make it better. And then it's not here on the update. Couple of other updates is that, WebTrack, ASI, that is the Vermont Systems, they are working on moving to a new next gen WebTrack, the portal that is member facing. So that is something that I'm working with the Vermont Systems, and we're working on collecting the requirements from the business teams on how the new look and feel should be. It's going to be modernized, it's going to be user friendly, and it's going to be very intuitive. So We have started that conversation with Vermont Systems, and that's going to be happening in the next couple of months and to be deployed. So when that happens, WebTrack will have a new look and feel that's modernized. Other updates are, I think, Member Suite, finance team is working on completing some of the optimizations and customization, and they're targeting to complete all of the customizations by the end of August. And I also believe Sage Intact is progressing very well, and Tom is on track to begin testing in August. And then, of course, the website project that we discussed, that's going to be part of the future discussion. So those are some of the key updates from IT.
Thank you, Clara. Any questions for Clara? Jennifer?
Claire, when you mentioned the WebTrack look and feel that you're discussing with Vermont Systems, is that, first of all, is that in the budget, or does it have budget effects, or is it just a?
No, it's not budget effects at all. It's very, very, in fact, nothing, very minimal. Most of it I will be doing it, Jennifer. They have very, very detailed and very good, processes how to do. And, I know RecTrack. So I will be taking care of it, most of it. They will give me an hour or two of, support, some kind of support to make sure that, everything is fine. So there is no budget impact. It is clean and neat, and it's going to be done. Yeah.
Okay, so we're just moving to their next version. And then for the rest of the items, how are you feeling about the budget overall for IT? Are we tracking to budget? Are we ahead of budget, behind budget? Because there was some questions at the fiscal committee meeting that we were trying to figure out if there was a misallocation in one of the accounts, and whether it went to IT or needed to be reclassed. So we weren't able to tell at fiscal if we were in budget or not.
So to answer that, Jennifer, I track the budget on a weekly basis. What is spent, what is budgeted, what are the actuals, what's the forecast. I track that in a very detailed spreadsheet, and then that is all. And then Tom sends the monthly, the budget overall overview for all the directors, and that is on track. So I am very particular of keeping my budget under or on track. So all of these projects, the additional IT security implementation project, that is also on track. It's going to be within the budget. So far, I'm not seeing any concerns or issues. But since you've raised this now, I'm going to go and check that again next week to see if everything is, I'll work with Tom to make sure everything is what I'm thinking on track.
Thanks for doing that. We had asked the same thing at fiscal, if he could get with you and figure out if it was just a misclass in the financials.
Yeah, I will do that.
Thank you. And then I was not on the board, but I remember listening to a meeting that the board had requested that the IT presentation be submitted like it was last year in the dashboard that you did. That was really nice, and it had the different areas of IT and which projects were on the list.
It's there, yeah.
So can you point me to it? Because I thought that's what we would see in this update, and I didn't see it.
Let me just pull it. It's there in the March 25th meeting.
Okay.
So do you want me to pull it up right now?
Nope, I can go back and look at it, but maybe in your future reports, you can have that in your future reports so that we are reminded and can ask questions about the status of the different quarterly things that you're doing. That would be helpful.
Of course, makes perfect sense, and I will do that.
Thank you.
But if you go to the March 25th, it has all of those additional projects. The focus is on security this year because completing the final piece of security, and all of those things are on track, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Bob.
Clara, you pointed out two issues that finance is working on, member suites and the accounting system. Perhaps, I don't know whether it's better to ask you or ask Tom what what the customization with MemberSuite involved. I understand the accounting system and I'll ask the first, limit my question to that first one.
For MemberSuite, I believe Tom is customizing, and Tom can better answer that because he's close to the product. But I think he's focusing on the reporting and some of the, pieces that are related to the assessments, overall, and some of those functionalities. But I can get back to you, Bob, and make sure that I'm quoting and mentioning the correct updates, and then I can provide in an email to you.
Okay, I see Tom has joined the meeting. Anything to add, Tom?
Yeah, the customization allows us to put the late charges and the interest fees into the mix at the date. The way the software was now, we had to open up the original invoice to add those charges. So it showed as the date. So that's one customization we're doing. And another piece is that we can email the invoice to the member and they can select the payment that way. There's a link as opposed to the member logging into the website.
Sweet. Thank you. How do you feel the implementation of the new accounting system is going?
It's going well. I was talking to Laura today. It gives us a little more flexibility in the reporting. We can actually do by location. So each pool could be now a location. Each tennis court could be a location. So I was hoping, that we would be able to track the expenses a little better per, a facility like that. Before it had to be done outside of the accounting software, basically through RecTrack and other means. But now we, with proper coding, we should be able to track it within the software.
And the implementation is running according to the schedule you guys set up?
Yeah. So far, we're in pretty good shape as far as trying to get it complete.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any other questions?
I just want to add one more thing, Karen, because I heard that previous to my presentation, you were talking about collecting customer requests. I am going to get with Christina to come up with an easier solution through some online form-based, where you can collect the information, put it into a spreadsheet, and then you can sort it out. So there are lots of options available out there. So I'm going to make sure that it is not so cumbersome for our staff. I'm going to come up with something, Sarah and Karen. I just want to let you know.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anything else for Clara? Okay. Thank you, Clara. Okay. That is it for our informational reports. So next item is Board and Association Ops Resolution 1, meetings of the board. And that is Director Muniz.
Thank you, Madam President. As you all know, last spring in 2020, Governor Northam signed into law the authorization for all virtual meetings of homeowners associations and associations like Reston Association during emergency periods. So you could have all virtual meetings. And we are still under at least a partial emergency. We're still meeting under that emergency provision. This spring, 2021, the General Assembly made permanent the option of having all virtual meetings, whether or not it's an emergency period or not. However, to be able to accommodate that, we needed to make some changes to our board and operations Resolution 1, which governs the meeting of the boards of the board and RA's committees. So, and I apologize personally because because of my travels, we did not get we had in the packet a link to the existing Resolution 1, but not to the proposed revised Resolution 1. And I apologize personally for the lateness of that. However, the changes are quite simple, and we'll go over them in a moment. I also want to point out one other thing that I discussed with Tony, the need to change not just operations resolution number 1 governing board meetings, but a similar provision in committee resolution 1, which governs the meeting of committees. And so the more complicated changes are in this ops resolution 1. So the idea would be we will work on this tonight, and we do want to have it by July the 1st. In case the governor ends the emergency period, we would no longer be authorized under the emergency authorization to meet all virtually. So it's very imperative that we have this done by July the 1st. And as I said, the changes are quite simple. So they are basically 2. So in Board and Association Ops Resolution 1, I'll work from the back. We have a provision in, let me get the right section here. We have a provision in section P2. So it's, for those of you who have the board resolution before you, it's on page 6 of that resolution. And that provision in P2 requires the physical presence of at least 2 members of the board if you want to have a virtual meeting for everyone else. That we are recommending be totally stricken. So that we want to get rid of that. The second set of changes are on pages 3 and 4 of Ops Resolution 1. And Tony has created a new section, section I, and there's a stray J there, but it's section I, and it's called virtual meetings. And basically what it does is it says in the first place, at the discretion of the board, a meeting may be conducted either partially or entirely virtually in accordance with the Property Owner Association Act, subject to the following. And then there are several conditions. Now, let me read those conditions, and we have some suggestions from some board members and notably Director Dowling that I would like him to go over. But as proposed originally by Tony, the provisions are these. The board shall give notice of the virtual meeting to members contemporaneously with notice provided to the directors. That is a standard condition, and that would stand. Secondly, in order to ensure that only members and persons authorized to participate in the meeting will be accessing an e-meeting, attendees will contact member services in advance of the meeting in order to obtain login credentials for the meeting. Both Jennifer and Tim have raised some questions for it. It is proposed that that provision be dropped. We don't have it now, and we are well served without that provision. We can add it later, but my recommendation, along with Tim and Jennifer, would be to drop that provision. The other provision, the next provision, is that in the event that, and there's a typo, but in the event that a member does not have the capacity or desire to conduct business using electronic means, the association shall make available at its cost a reasonable alternative to using electronic means for that person to conduct business with the association. So it is my understanding, Tim, that you thought that was not necessary for the conduct of virtual meetings. It may be a desirable thing for conducting business. Am I remembering your comments correctly?
Yes, John, that's correct.
Okay. So, and I concur with Tim that we can, without injuring our procedures for virtual meetings, eliminate for now this section dealing with virtual conduct of business.
John?
Yes.
You cannot eliminate that section. That's directly from the new law.
What is?
The section that you will provide at reasonable cost, a reasonable alternative, you cannot eliminate that section.
Okay. And how does that fit in with meetings?
That entire bullet point is taken directly from the law.
Okay.
That a member does not have the capability or desire to conduct business, all the way to the end of that is taken from the new law.
Okay. Okay. I thank you for clarifying that. I did not realize that. So so that would need to stay. The next section says members will be provided opportunity to comment in accordance with section M below. And that is a standard feature of any of our meetings, so that would stand. And then meeting minutes will be distributed in the normal course and will explicitly state the fact that the meeting was held by either entirely or partially via electronic communication means and the type of electronic communication means that was used. So that's a necessary feature. So in short, then the sections that would be dropped, as I said, would be section P2, which no longer holds because we're no longer required to require the physical presence of 2 board members. And then that's on page 6. On pages 3 and 4, we would drop the need for members to register ahead of time in order to access the meetings. That is the recommendation from Tim, and I would second that. I guess that's the only one then that we would eliminate, since the others are either standard or, as Tony said, required by the new legislation. So what I propose is Tony's text with the additional elimination of the need to register ahead of time in order to participate in the meetings. So I would make a motion that we adopt Tony's draft with that one additional change.
I would caution against that. The new law specifically states.
Tony, can we see if we have a second first? Is that okay?
I apologize, Jennifer.
And I'll second it from BGC. Go ahead, Tony. Sorry to interrupt.
The law says that the persons accessing the meeting are authorized to do so. So, I know that there are obstacles to overcome logistically, but I really caution this board in strickening it. I feel like if we could fashion some sort of logistical workaround, I mean, eventually you're going to move to this system at any rate. You're going to have enough Zoom bombings as we had with the meeting that you're going to eventually make sure that only our members and authorized persons are attending these. The law requires it. I think strickening it is a mistake. I think maybe tolling it for a time might be okay. controlling the implementation of this. But, that's my counsel.
So let us continue discussion. Karen, do you want to handle the discussion from here, or do you want me to continue?
You can continue, but I was. I was just curious about that piece because we have never required that before. But is this part of the new stuff that when if people do want to meet virtually, that's going to be a requirement? I mean, I was confused by that because we've never done that before.
Right, and we're on YouTube, right? So we can't, and it's a public feed on YouTube. How do we monitor that?
Would you like?
I believe Aaron was next.
I believe we're already following this because our meetings do have a password attached to them. Most of the time we don't notice because the link provided by Reston Association has that password encoded in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so as we click the link, because we obtained that link from Reston Association to the Zoom meeting, they provided us with the password that we use to get in here. So our current Zoom meetings would fully satisfy this requirement.
Thank you, Aaron. Comments on that, Tony?
Just to add in, that password and the meeting ID is provided on our website under the event calendar. So it is available.
I tossed the text into the chat function just so we can see it taken directly from the law. And such guidelines shall ensure that persons accessing such meetings are to do so. So do we need to strengthen our passwords? That's an IT question. I don't know enough about what Aaron is making as an argument to. I would defer to Clara whether she thinks this meets Aaron's argument meets the requirements of the law, but the law does say guidelines. Such guidelines shall ensure that persons accessing such meeting are authorized to do so. One that's not authorized, it can be read, shouldn't be here.
As I listen to those words, Tony, what it does, it allows the association to do a separate authorization. It does not require an association to do that. And there have been practical concerns raised by Jennifer in some comments that she shared with some of us, that, for example, many very active members, in fact, sometimes the most active members, are running around and may not have had time to get a password from member services before member services closed down, and they could be prevented from attending the meetings. And to me, that's a real practical issue.
Tim?
Yeah, I haven't.
Sorry, Tony. I'm sorry, Tim, excuse me. I think Tony was about to respond to that.
I'm just reading the plain text. Shall ensure that persons accessing such meeting are authorized to do so. It doesn't say permit persons accessing such meeting are authorized to do so. It says shall ensure. In other words, this board must make sure that persons authorized to be here are allowed to be here. That's my reading of the document. It creates, in my opinion, an affirmative obligation. Now, how strict that obligation needs to be, it's a sliding scale, but you need to do something. In other words, they were trying to prevent what happened to fiscal. Is ultimately where I think we need to go. get there. If it's a ratcheted system, sure, but we need to enact something to comply with this law. We cannot simply strike it from our guidelines.
Sarah?
Tim,
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim?
and then Cindy. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I agree with Tony that the statutory language creates an affirmative obligation for the board. It does say shall ensure, but I think Sarah's point is a very important one, that basically anyone who goes onto the RA website and clicks the link has access to the meeting. So for all practical purposes, as we've been operating virtually, who has been authorized to attend? It's basically been the public. Is that an accurate statement? And if so, why would we limit the authorization to attend our meetings? So that would be point number one. Point number two is just to reiterate the concern that Jennifer and John made earlier. I strike the cost-benefit analysis very differently from the way Tony does. I think the logistics here are going to be extraordinarily challenging when you're talking about login credentials. And we're about to enter a period of time over the next several months in which member participation and transparency are going to be critical to the work of the board. And the thought of login credentials, if anyone wanted to participate in one of our meetings and was prohibited from doing so because of a failure to get login credentials, I think that would be that is something to be avoided at all costs. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may briefly.
Yes.
I draw a distinction between attending our meeting and viewing our meeting. Members that attend our meeting are availed of the ability to speak. They are availed of the ability to use the chat function to communicate with the board. Someone that's on YouTube just watches. So that's how I view the distinction. And I can only advise this board. You guys will have to make the decision based on your own good faith business judgment. But I've given you the text of the law, and that I'll be silent for the remainder of the discussion.
We could set up a requirement to just register for the meeting. I mean, and you can, and it could be all automated, and then you receive the link. But the problem is, how do you know the person registering is authorized? I mean, I think they would have to put in their address, probably. But I mean, I do that for all sorts of meetings. I register in advance for them.
Sarah first, and then Jennifer.
Thank you, John. Totally side comment. How are we going to do this if we are in person, Tony? Are we going to check IDs when people come in? And if I brought a guest, would we have a bouncer kick them out? So I understand the law and wanting to have language there, but we have our members provide the address when they comment, when they make a member comment. Yes, chat is a little more open, but we've also shared that we don't pay attention to chat anyways. So if I could be so bold, John, to make a suggestion, could we simply change the language to login credentials shall be provided? And how we provide it, where we provide it, that we give freedom to Hank and staff to make that decision.
Okay,
Thank you.
That is a concrete recommendation that deserves consideration. Jennifer?
Thanks. I have two comments. One is about the topic we keep talking about, which is this controls. After the fiscal meeting had the Zoom instance that they had, we had an email chain between Hank and Clara and I. There might have been a couple other people on it. And what we determined was that there's a way, you have controls when you set up a Zoom meeting, and that for that particular meeting, the staff didn't follow the guidelines that we had in place for which boxes to check to create that security. And in addition to that, you know, the host has the ability to kick anyone out of a meeting. And as co-hosts, we do. So we do have, I do believe that we have the ability to ensure that people are in the meetings through the technology, which I think is what Aaron was trying to say earlier. The biggest issue I think we all have with this is the method to contact member services. And I applaud the, you know, the security measures that would go into a resolution from what Tony had submitted, because, you know, we want to be as secure as possible. But I do think that this is something in the interim we have some controls over, and BGC can continue, as we had already talked about, is there are optional things that we can choose or select to do as part of this new law. And right now we were just trying to get the essential items in. So BGC could discuss some additional measures that we could take, and also talk with our technology staff to ensure that, you know, the new or potential new resolution that might come to this board in the future has the proper balance of the legal and the technology controls. The second thing that I wanted to comment on is that I believe the intention of BGC was to ensure that we were enacting something that would allow all of our meetings to happen electronically post July 1st. And unfortunately, the resolution that we have is only allowing the board to have these meetings because it's in this board resolution. And so I do have some concerns over that. I believe that Tony might have an interim way that we as a board could approve committee meetings or other, I guess the DRB meeting, if we have to approve that, or maybe they're considered a board, so we don't. But either way, I think that we might have some interim ways that we could allow committees as long as we have this one in place. But I do think that the intention was that we allow all of our groups to meet virtually post July 1st, if they so choose.
Jennifer, you're correct on that. I tried to address it. Perhaps it was not clear enough in my introductory remarks. The idea was to nail this down. And we indicated that we do have to change committee resolution 1, its section E1. So we need to address that. But Tony's idea, as he and I discussed it, was once we get model language here, we could then do a unanimous consent vote by the board of committee resolution 1, its section E1, and that would do exactly what you're advocating. Is that a fair statement, Tony?
It is.
Is that acceptable to the board that we proceed in that manner? It's not a complicated thing to change committee resolution 1. Once we have the language here. So
DRB, just one additional step. We run it through DRB for unanimous consent first and then run it through the board.
okay,
One more step, but it's not a big deal.
sure, we could do a BGC unanimous consent and then a board unanimous consent. That makes sense? Okay. So right now, the only sticking point is the section that we've been discussing about authorization. And Tony has said that this is a matter of the board's duty to balance the various values here. And Sarah has come up with a concrete solution that might serve us for now, which we can of course take a look at later if we need to strengthen it. And that would be that I will read the current wording and then what I understand to be Sarah's proposed wording. The current wording is, in order to ensure that only members and persons authorized to participate in the meeting will be accessing any meeting. Attendees will contact member services in advance of the meeting, in order to obtain login credentials for the meetings. And Sarah's suggestion, as I paraphrase it, in order to ensure that only members and persons authorized to participate in the meeting will be accessing an e-meeting, the association shall provide login credentials to those so authorized. Does
Fantastic. Good with it.
that work? What do other board members think of that?
I'm good with that.
That works.
Okay.
I don't understand how it avoids the logistical problem of having login credentials.
Well, Aaron's point is that in fact, by posting it on our website, we are in fact sharing login credentials.
I see. Okay. And the most important, or one of the more important points here is who is authorized to attend our meetings? Who will be authorized to attend the next meeting? Is it still the general public? And that goes back to what Sarah said. No one was checking IDs at the door when we were holding these meetings in person, and no one would have bounced a guest from out of town who wanted to sit in. It's effectively the general public. Are we going to continue that as our authorization for who can attend these meetings?
Okay, thank you, Tim. Aaron?
Yeah, I think, Tim, that would be the case if we continue to post the meeting invite along with the credentials to the website as we're doing now. That would be anyone who can access our website. It may be that Clara has already put constraints in place that limit access to our website to the continental United States, or right, the Western Hemisphere or something there, or it even just filters out dangerous locations already. We may not be open to the whole planet. And in that case, we would be like filtering a little bit. It's less than get filtered by, you have to walk into the building over there on Sunrise Valley. That's a tighter filter for people that can pull that one off. But I think that new wording would let us do those sorts of things and limit that scope through other means, and then still be open if we find it, difficult. We could remove it from the website and place it, lay it deeper in our website on a page that perhaps you could only access if you had member credentials, like you were going to go in and pay your thing. But I like that we've taken member services out, because I think that was a little too restrictive. But we still have the ability to make those changes, and really staff can make those changes as well through their best judgment. So I'm very happy with this.
So, yes.
Do you need a motion, John? I was just gonna.
Sure.
We have a motion, but you can amend the motion because we had the motion to accept it in order to have the discussion, I believe.
Yes.
So, I would entertain a motion approving Tony's amended draft of Board and Association Operations Resolution 1, Meetings of the Board, with all of his amended text, with a change in the section that I just read, namely in the second point under section, second bullet under section I. And again, there's a stray J in there, so don't be distracted by that. That the second bullet would now read, in order to ensure that only members and persons authorized to participate in the meeting will be accessing an e-meeting, the association shall provide login credentials to those so authorized. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Sarah, any further discussion?
So this is the amendment.
This would be the
And
amendment.
then we'll go back and vote on the initial motion, right?
Exactly. And then we'll discuss committee resolution one after we vote on this. But, so we have a seconded motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. So as we said earlier, what we will do now is I will work with Tony to get a similar amended committee resolution one to incorporate the changes we've made here. We will then have a unanimous consent vote with the BGC. And if that is successful, then we will ask the board for a unanimous consent vote on that amended committee resolution one. Does that make sense?
So just point of order, we still have to vote on the initial motion on this that did not include the change that we just made to that section. Right?
I tried.
Your original motion, I think, was just to eliminate the two-person requirement, right?
So when I asked someone to move and then I said what I was moving, I said I asked for a motion to approve Tony's amended version with the one change that we've just gone over.
Okay, but you never, okay, but there was already an original motion on the floor, so I think that I'm just trying to follow protocol here. I think, because I think we never voted on the original motion, and then the motion that we just voted on was different from that one.
Okay, my bad.
John, you're withdrawing that original motion? Is that what you were?
So I think you just have to withdraw your original motion. Can you do that once it's been amended? I don't know.
I withdraw my original motion.
Does that work, Tony? Because if we amended a motion that's now been withdrawn?
No, I mean, yes, it works because the original motion was to approve it as presented. And then there was a motion to approve it as amended.
Right.
So
okay.
Technically, it should have been withdrawn first, but I think you're fine.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you all, and thank you, Tony, for leading us through this.
Okay, so then we're going to item M, which is recording of all committee meetings and hybrid meetings.
Yeah, that's me again. And thanks for a little bit of time. We tested the ability, our capabilities in the main conference room of being able to offer what is called hybrid, meetings where some people are there in person and some people are remote. Technically, we can do it. There's some improvements that need to be made. For example, our existing cameras don't have a wide enough angle to take the entire room and show everybody. That's even when we set up a typical layout for, say, a fiscal committee meeting, the way the tables are set up. So that's going to cost us some money. It's surprising how expensive. You just can't change the lens out. You got to change out the whole camera. That's going to run us with some other work between $6,000 and $10,000. The other thing that Tony shared with us, I know you just went through this pretty substantial legal discussion, is that if we announce a meeting is quote unquote hybrid, both in person and virtual, and we have any technical problems that the virtual goes down, then the meeting has to end, has to be over. That then led us to having a conversation about, well, that means then we need to have some additional technical staff attend all these meetings in order to address any technical challenge that may or may not happen. We don't have that staff. So we would more than likely have to add some staff in order to accommodate doing this. So that's one of the issues. Additionally, when we do a full board and a DRB meeting where they are recorded and they go on YouTube and we save the recordings, that takes 3 people. And it may sound like it shouldn't, and Mike certainly can explain why it takes 3 people. We have someone in the studio who actually moves the camera around and keeps it focused and produces high quality image. We have someone who's monitoring any of the presentations that are going on, making sure that happens. And we also have someone who's monitoring whether or not someone's trying to, Zoom bomb us or get in, inappropriately. That we can still do for the board and the DRB meetings. But if you're suggesting that we record every committee meeting, that also means we're going to have to add staff in some way, shape, or form. Because currently the staff that are doing this have day jobs. And because the board meetings and the DRB meetings are, that's kind of built into their schedule, and the full board meetings are only once a month, it's doable. But if we want to make this available for literally every committee meeting, we're looking at adding and making some improvements to our technology. Not terribly expensive, but more than likely having to add staff in order to accommodate some of the legal things that Tony's pointed out, that if technology causes us to shut the virtual part of the meeting off, then the whole meeting has to end. And also because to produce the high quality video or the quality video requires so many people. The other issue that comes up, that was brought up to our attention, was storing the videos and making them available. That then brings up the question, how long would we store the videos? Right now, I think we're required to keep all paper records for about 7 years. Storing, the data from a video costs money, and there's a couple of ways you can do it, but making it accessible on a website, for example, so that people can just get it on the website and immediately get satisfaction by hitting something and hitting an icon and all of a sudden getting right into that video, is very, very expensive. It takes a lot of storage. There's a term called cold storage, where someone could make a request and then IT could then go and get that piece and bring it to them at some future date. So there's a variety of ways of doing the storage, but no matter what, there's a cost to it. So for us, we have some questions, although technically we can do the hybrid meetings. Recording them is all of them would be significant labor costs that we currently aren't budgeted to do right now. So that's kind of where we are. The good news is we can do them. We're just going to have to change out a couple of cameras and make the wider angle lens. And the test yesterday was spot on. It worked perfectly. But the technical piece and the legal piece I just brought up, I think also brings up a labor question, staff, and obviously a cost question. So that's where we are. We can do it, but there's still some, we're not recommending we go beyond right now where we are with recording and staffing for the full board and the DRB meetings, because we just don't have the staff to do it. It wasn't budgeted for this year. Did I miss anything, Tony? Was I accurate in what you shared with me yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob?
No.
Oh, you were clearing your throat again?
I keep on forgetting this is very sensitive.
Okay. Yes, Jennifer.
I motion that we direct staff to allow for hybrid meetings or to prepare hybrid meetings for the association with no additional budget.
And record the hybrid meetings? Is that what you're saying, Jennifer?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Are you talking about recording all committee meetings?
Yes.
Yes, Hank?
Do I then have permission to hire new staff, additional staff?
I think we're just saying hit record on Zoom. I mean, I might be wrong. Jennifer, is that what you were trying to say?
I was gonna let other people comment before I did.
Well, as Hank has explained, if it requires 3 people to manage a meeting, a recorded meeting, I think we should get a better idea of the costs entailed. You know, bing, bing, bing. This is, you know, it's 3 people. You could, at the moment, I can't think of a good way to segue other than, you know, adding staff, which seems an extraordinary expense for streaming the meetings that only a minority of people actually watch, but that is, you know, I will bow to the group as a whole.
What are we basing this request on? Sarah?
If nobody is speaking, I'll speak up. The request was like fiscal meeting or BAC or EAC, any of the meetings. If we wanted to go back and listen in or tune in, we don't have an opportunity even as board members. And honestly, I'm happy if we just hit the record feature available at Zoom meetings. We don't need high quality video. We don't need additional storage. And even if we just provided it in the Dropbox available for us, maybe just have it for a year and then it goes away. That helps me. And definitely not something we want to get additional camera and staff and full production. So I'm a little confused why we couldn't use the Zoom feature and we need to go into the entire movie production that we get into. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Hank?
I think Claire needs to kind of speak up a little bit on this because, as I said, what Tony shared is if we advertise a meeting as a hybrid, virtual as well as in person, and the virtual component goes down, and we do not have a technical person there to fix it, the meeting shuts down. It has to end. So consequently, even if you are recording just to Zoom, there is an expense for storing that information. So Claire can talk to that. That also would then require that every meeting, even if we're just recording it to Zoom, in order so that the meeting can go on, if we have a technical problem and then we have to have someone there who technically can fix it, that requires an IT staff member we don't have. So that means I would have to hire a part-time IT person in order to come to all these meetings. So Claire, I don't know if you can speak to the cost of storing and how things are stored even with a Zoom video.
Yeah, I have to get the actual numbers. I have an idea, but I just don't want to throw numbers over here, Sarah. But even storing for a year in the Dropbox, I mean, the cost of the Dropbox is going to increase. Of course, we are moving away from Dropbox, because now we've gone into the Microsoft platform. But whether we are going to put it on Azure platform, AWS, or Google, all these 3 platforms, you're going to have storage costs. And the storage cost is going to be high, as Hank clearly mentioned, if you want immediate access, online access to see those videos again and again. But if you want to put it, away and not touch it for 6 months, and then based on request, you give IT some time, then we can put it in, like, as Hank said, there are blobs and cool storages and cold storages. There's all kinds of things that are available. But I just want to make it clear that if you want to store those videos and you want it to be available on the website, immediate access, it's going to cost money for 1 year also. Even for a month, we are deleting the videos after a week. Such is the case in Dropbox, So I have my staff deleting videos after a week. They're going after each of our directors and saying, have you saved it? Have you moved it? There's no space. So such is the case. So even a month is going to increase the cost. A year is definitely going to increase the cost. I think you can come to some kind of middle ground where you want to say you may want to store maybe a month of online videos, and then remaining months for a year, 9 or 10 months, you put it in a cold storage or a cool blob. We can do that. So I can come up with those options and present the costs, for all of these things, and then it can be weighed in.
And even if it's like by request, if we need a meeting, I think again, that's just me. If we had a meeting and it was recorded and stored somewhere when we asked for it, like you said, Clara, if you could bring it out, that'd be great.
Yeah, we can do that, for a couple of cents, and for a very less cost, we can put it in a cold storage. But again, that also needs to have an end date.
Yes, of course, yeah. Agree.
Yes, Hank.
My recommendation is that, especially since one of the goals this year is to look for efficiencies and to cut costs, my recommendation is that you give us time to investigate all of this and see how we can work it into next year's budget, because otherwise you're simply just adding costs that we didn't budget for. Because I still go back, despite the storage, we go back to, we will need to have a technical person there, or the meeting has to shut down if something technically goes wrong and we can't fix it. So every one of these meetings is now going to have a human being that's an IT person. And I don't have that IT person. Clara has herself and 2 others, and they're working day jobs. And when you start to factor in literally every committee, which is what's been suggested, every committee meetings, that is happening 3-4 times a week. So we would have to add staff. We have to add stories that we don't know what the cost is going to be. I would recommend that we let us kind of work that into the 2022 budget. But right now we're still trying to get through 2021, and we're halfway through the year.
Also, and some nights there are 2 meetings at the same time. It happens at least once a month, I know, with fiscal and covenants. But and Erin, I see your hand. But I wanted to say that you can't just presume if it's a hybrid meeting. That's not going to work, right? And also that I know Christina makes Bach and BGC meetings available to board members to view if they want to review anything. Erin.
Yeah, so I think this motion as stated is a little premature. As stated, it was to achieve this end result without additional budget. I don't know that we can do that. Reading through the revised resolution that we worked on tonight, it says at the discretion of the board, a meeting may be conducted either partially or entirely virtually in accordance with POAA, subject to the following. I assume that we will have a similar wording in the next resolution that governs all the committee meetings, right? This one governs the board meetings. I think in that statement, there is a mechanism to allow for recording of all the meetings without increasing the required staff if we choose to use our discretion to make the meetings 100% virtual. I think the sticking point is that without increasing the budget, and it's the hybrid meetings, from what I'm hearing tonight, that cause the additional staffing and the rework of some of the infrastructure for the cameras and all those sorts of things. So I think this motion doesn't work right now, but the intent can be achieved by using our discretion. And until we can have a way forward that's budgeted and well understood, we can have the meetings be 100% virtual rather than going hybrid with them. So that would be my recommendation, would be to vote this down for now until we have a better bite at this apple, but we can still accomplish what is desired.
Thank you. Okay, so, yes, Jennifer.
So I threw the motion out there because I know some of you like to have a motion on the table before we have a discussion. And so that's part of the reason I threw it out there. I also wanted to get a feel from all of you as to your appetite to have hybrid meetings in the future. I do think that it is the way of the future. And we will continue to see, as we have been able to attend both in-person and hybrid meetings, probably through our companies, through our other affiliated associations, and that I personally believe that it is something that we should work towards accomplishing. I do not believe that we need additional staff in order to make this happen. Many associations out there were thrown into this mix, losing money because they made money off of meetings, having to do it with less staff and not doing it with additional money. To me, it's a retraining effort that we need to consider. And we just conducted last week a fiscal committee hybrid meeting in which we had no additional staff. We recorded it on Zoom. We were able to hear the remote committee members in the conference room, and we asked Christina to post it to the public Dropbox on fiscal, and we have a Dropbox. I would ask Clara, and I understand why she didn't want to give figures tonight. I understand that we have a 30 terabyte Dropbox account, and I don't know how much that is being used on the RA website currently. But I do think that we can record these as Zoom meetings and post them to the public Dropbox, and not have it cost anything or nearly anything, because generally online storage is fairly inexpensive. But I do think that we can do it without additional staff. So I thank you guys for your comments. And I would like to see, in general, us work towards doing this without additional cost to the association, because I really think that it was nice to see during COVID that we had more engagement than we had at the purely in-person meetings. And I do understand that we would have to therefore end a meeting if it was not done correctly. And we might trip a few times and learn from those experiences, just like everybody else did when they had to host these types of meetings. And I think that is an acceptable risk for us to take. And, maybe it inconveniences us a couple times, but for the long term, the ability to interact with our members and hear from our members and a bigger contingent of our members, and certainly from personal experience, families and mothers who need to multitask but still want to participate with their association is just too valuable to turn a blind eye to and not consider. Thank you.
if the objective is to move towards, if the objective of the motion is to move towards the goal of doing this as efficiently as possible, then I'm for it. I would, task staff with, coming back with some suggestions as to how that could be done, or if it is even possible. At this point, I guess intuitively, I think it is possible, but, I will certainly, recognize, Hank and his staff would be in a better position to know just how it has to be conducted in order to be effective.
Yes, John.
Madam President, I will not be supporting this motion, not because I don't like the idea of it, but because there are too many legal and budgetary and technological questions, not so much technological, but budgetary and legal, because we are not just any kind of association. We are a property owners association under Virginia law. And if we advertise certain kinds of meeting and therefore certain kinds of access, if we guarantee certain kinds of access to a meeting and for whatever reason can't do that, we would have to cease the meeting, as Hank has said, and until we can be prepared against such a contingency, I'm not prepared to support it right now. But I like Hank's suggestion that we ask him to bring it back to for a later, not this year, but a later budget consideration next year.
Thank you, John. I support that as well. So, are you withdrawing your motion, Jennifer, or do we need to vote on that?
I'd like to vote on it because I'd like it in the meeting minutes.
Okay. Do you want to repeat the motion then?
That the association allow for hybrid meetings with recordings to be conducted with no additional budget.
Okay. And we had a second, so all those in favor?
I think I am.
3 in favor, all those opposed. Okay, motion fails.
I'd like to motion then that we turn on the ability for members to record meetings during virtual sessions that we're conducting.
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Yes.
The reason that I am asking for this is because it's in our resolutions that members have the ability, should have the ability to be able to tape our meetings. And that's already in our resolutions. And so regardless whether that's coming to an in-person meeting and taping our meetings or being able to do that via Zoom, we have already promised that we would give that right to our members, but we have not been giving them that right since we started Zoom meetings.
I'm going to ask a question again that I asked a little while ago. Do we know what percentage of our membership is asking for this?
It's a requirement in POA to be allowed to record the meetings. So I don't know if it's technologically possible with these without making everyone co-hosts. Clara, but members are entitled to record our meetings.
I mean, I have to really look into that because.
This is Mike. There may be some technical issues with that.
Right.
So we do need to look into that.
Definitely. So that means we're giving them all of the privileges. So we'll get back.
Okay. It sounds like we need some more information from staff.
I'm happy to add on to the end of that if it's technically possible. But I've done it myself and allowed people to record my Zoom meetings, so without making them co-hosts.
Erin?
And I would like to ask if, I think, was it Sarah, are you the one that seconded it? Are you amenable to the addition?
I am, go for it.
Thank you.
Yes, Erin?
I believe this is unnecessary. This is equivalent to requiring us to provide those attending the meetings in person recording equipment to record the meetings. There is nothing about a Zoom meeting that would prevent someone with software to do a screen capture on their machine from recording the entire meeting. People can record these meetings if they desire. They would have to take some action on their own part and provide their own recording equipment, which would be the same in a live meeting. I would worry about the security implications and would like staff to comment on those, but I think it's unnecessary that Resident Association be the one to provide the recording equipment. There's nothing we're doing that prevents it.
Yes.
I have tried to do the screen capture, and when you, as an administrator, turn off recording rights on Zoom, it does not allow the screen capture, which is why I've had to make member rights requests as a member to receive recordings of meetings. So there's smartness built into Zoom so that when you, as administrator, block it, they do everything in their power to not allow somebody to record your meetings via screen capture program.
Okay, let's call, yes, Sarah?
Really briefly to address Erin's point, again, if we were having in-person meetings, and Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, if I walked in with a camera and said I want to record the meeting, we can only direct them on where the camera can be placed. We cannot tell the member they cannot record. I don't even think that's POA. I think that's Virginia State. We're one-party consent. So if somebody wanted to record us, we can tell them where they can put the recording equipment. We cannot deny them the right to record.
You're not incorrect.
It was easier for you to say you are correct, Sarah. Thank you, Tony.
Lawyers get paid by the word, Sarah.
Thank you.
Can we call the question, please?
All right.
Okay. All those, does anybody need to hear the motion again?
I would like to hear the motion again.
Okay.
Direct staff to allow members to record our virtual meetings. And what did I add to the end to it? After they research.
No additional.
If it's technically possible. I think it was the end of the motion.
Yes.
All right. All in favor?
Do you need me to repeat it again, John?
Well, if it's technically possible without additional cost, or is?
Yes, without additional cost.
Okay.
No, there's no dollar number attached.
All those in favor?
Yeah, go with it.
What, Tom, was your hand up or down? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Was that 5 people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, then the motion carries. I guess for the record, who's opposed and who abstains? Okay. Okay. All right. Next item, RRF concerns.
Right. I would like to, this is not an actionable item. This is, the essence of this is to tee up establishing a systematic procedure for developing a biennial capital budget, focusing, this sounds kind of isn't terribly logical, but focusing on a 5-year look forward plan. We are at the point now where our major assets, the swimming pools, the most expensive assets to renovate or restore, are at their end of life. And over the next 10 years, we are going at the present rate, and given the number of pools that we have, we'll spend tens of millions of dollars renovating and restoring them. So fiscal, ever since I've been a director and joined the fiscal committee, have spent a significant portion of each meeting talking about capital budgeting and capital projects. So I'd like to just spend a few minutes reminding people what Dave Kerr said a couple hours ago about what the intent of this was. And first of all, it is to frame the issues. And it is focusing primarily on the capital budget for 2022 and 2023. One of the primary concerns from a fiscal standpoint, a financial standpoint, is that continued upgrades to pools or any amenities that we ultimately will repurpose, we need to be very cautious about how we go about spending that money.
Excuse me for interrupting, Bob. I need a motion to extend the end time of this meeting.
So moved.
So what?
Well, we need to extend it to a particular time. So I would like to make a motion to extend this meeting till 11:30.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone?
Aye.
Okay. Tom, were you an opposed or an abstainer?
I voted aye.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Tom.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah. I didn't see what your vote was.
I voted yes. I may not
Alright.
be here at 11:30, but I voted yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
Okay. And as David suggested, based on the analysis that he's completed and shared with Tom Deal, the primary financial officer, and myself and others, that he estimated that by the end of 2023 that we would have as much as $5 million in the RRF, the reserve fund for. So we recommended that as we go forward in preparing the biennial budget, that we base our plan on a scenario-based situation. So establishing a framework to make the decisions, and then at the same time providing flexibility to staff to recommend changes in individual projects, timing and/or necessity. That's the first piece. The second piece is a typical financial person's admonition to be very cautious with the money that we spend. So this ties to the idea of not doing upgrades of amenities that we ultimately will repurpose or at some near-term future date. The third is that we keep in mind as we modernize our amenities, that we can afford them they are sustainable on a long-term basis and provide value to the membership. And lastly, and one which Director Mooney has provided his thoughts on, is that the capital budget should be funded by cash available through operations or in the reserves. And the last piece of the document that I provided tonight were discussion points, and these weren't intended for us to get into discussions tonight, but to tee up these issues so that when the board conducts its working session on the capital budgets, that we talk about these in advance of actually making final decisions for 22 and 23. And in order to save time and move the meeting forward, I will leave it at that unless people want to ask questions. And John, if you wanted to, maybe you want to explain your approach to financing versus as you call pay as you go.
Madam Chair, because the evening is late already, I'll be very brief. And basically what I was trying to argue for is that the board not exclude the possibility of some financing, pardon me, some financing of big long life capital items. It's done by Columbia Association, as I indicated in the documents that I submitted to you. They did a full 38% of their funding of capital projects through financing, short and long term. I gave you Arlington County's having done so. There are two reasons. One is ratepayer equity, so that for expensive and long life capital improvements, the present ratepayers, it is not fair for present ratepayers to pay the entire cost of something that's going to last a generation. And that is an explicit principle articulated by many local and state governments, this idea of ratepayer equity, but it also makes it affordable. And I included a sensitivity calculation of what the impacts would be on individual Reston members of financing versus pay-go. So I'm not going to go into it because people are saying we have enough money to do 2 years. I just don't want, I would hate for the board, given the major expenses coming our way in the next 10 years, to say we will forego the possibility of financing. I think that would be a bad mistake. No sane organization finances everything. It's a careful balance, frequently governed by specific financial ratios that they use. How much pay-go, how much long-term and how much short-term financing. And that's all I want the board not to foreclose that possibility. And that's all I need to say for tonight.
And if I could just follow up very briefly, that is one of the reasons that the fiscal committee believes that we should have a much more systematic approach in the way that we do our capital budgeting, because we are, as John has identified, in the next couple of years, we're going to face a significant amount of capital spending. And for the reasons that you've just mentioned, maybe borrowing makes sense. But the fiscal committee feel we would be remiss in not being very, very conservative financial stewards of the RA's reserve funds. So it shouldn't be the first thought, is basically what we're saying.
Thank you, Bob. So this, you're not requiring an action on this, you're just bringing these thoughts to the board, and as we proceed with our budget process?
Right.
Okay.
Right. So we're we're talking not only about the amount of money that would be spent, but beginning with the facilities that we want to renovate, that we want to repair.
Right.
And working from that direction versus we've got X millions of dollars to spend.
Okay. Yes, Larry.
You're on Zoom.
Yeah.
I mean, you're on mute.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah, thank. So just number one on the sheet that Bob presented coming out of the fiscal committee about the 5-year plan, I just wanted to let the board and the members of the fiscal committee who are on here, Chris and I give way more credit to Chris than myself. We have already started. We've got a draft 5-year plan that we gave Hank a copy today. It is based upon the fact that the board has made no decisions regarding facilities. So it is taking every facility we own, and it focuses primarily on the large facilities, the pools and tennis courts. And it says, what does a 5-year look ahead look like if we're gonna repair / replace all the facilities that we currently own? Because there have been no decisions otherwise, that's what we're putting together. So that's gonna be sort of the baseline that you talked about, Bob, to kind of kick off that conversation. That will be available, I think, at the next fiscal committee meeting.
That'll be great. That'll be really helpful. Thank you.
I
Okay.
think this, yeah, if I could just follow on with one thing, I think this is a great idea because this is going to generate engagement from the members as well, if they can see in very specific terms what the plan is, given what we have right now, without making any decisions about what gets eliminated. So you start from that point. You've got to look at everything and then start making smart decisions from that point forward.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Okay, are we good? Are we good with this item?
Unless you
want
to talk about it some more, I'd be happy to talk about it.
No, we're at that point where we're not making good decisions anymore. We need to move on. Okay, committees resolution 4, board committees, and this should be brief also too, I think, John.
I will, with Tony's help, I will try to make it brief. So I'm wondering whether Christina can put that resolution 4 up on the screen, and specifically page 7 of that resolution.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. So if we can go to page 7. Or page 7. So can you zoom in a bit, Christina? Whoop. There we go. So we're dealing, the question is with that top paragraph, the composition. And as we all know, there was uncertainty and confusion in the BOC itself about what this means. And the question is, do we want to take an action even tonight to clarify it? So it first of all identifies that the IT director is a non-voting ex officio member, and such members of directors and members whom the board would appoint. And then it says there are at the most 7 committee members. And so the question is, I think the confusion was, A, do we want to say how many voting members we want on the committee? And secondly, the second question I've heard discussed is, should that number of voting members be an odd number so that we don't have ties. And so, for example, if we could change, if we wanted to clarify this, we could change, it seems to me, Tony, and you check me on it, we could clarify just this one sentence. There will be at the most 7 committee members. We could say there will be at the most 7 voting committee members, or whatever number we want. So the 2 questions I've heard is be specific about how many voting members, and some of our directors saying it should be an uneven number of voting members. So that is what I propose, that we consider clarifying that one sentence in those 2 ways. Tony, did I get it right?
Just to be consistent, John, you are not incorrect.
Thank you so much. So what is the pleasure of the board? We don't have to do anything, or we can right now approve an amendment to this, and it will be, it will then, we will then print it up in final form, but we will have an amended committee resolution 4.
Tim.
I would recommend that we do nothing for 2 reasons. First, when BGC considered this, my understanding is that it was going to serve as a placeholder in case it became necessary and helpful to amend this language after the hearing on the pending complaint. And since we haven't had that hearing yet, I think this may be premature. Secondly, I have a concern about piecemeal amendments to a resolution. If we were to insert the word voting in this provision so that it says at most 7 voting members, it's not clear to me what impact that might have on other provisions. For example, the language that applies to the fiscal committee also speaks in terms of up to 7 members. Well, if IT is using voting and we don't change fiscal, a court or an administrative body or the ombudsman might take the differences in language as meaning that they must mean 2 different things. And so my preferred approach would be to have a more comprehensive review of the resolution that would address a number of issues, not only whether we're talking about voting members, not only whether it's even or odd, but also what constitutes a quorum and related issues like that. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Anybody else?
I'll motion to add the word voting as John Mooney described it to the motion.
So it would be at the most 7 voting members is what you're saying?
Correct.
So total of 8, up to 8 committee members, 7, including 7 voting members.
I'm not going to interpret it because the last time I tried to interpret it, I did it wrong, but I do believe, Karen, that is correct. That's the intention of adding that word, but I'll leave it to Tony to interpret if one word does what I intended.
Do you still need a second for the motion?
Yes.
I'll second it for discussion. Go ahead.
So I think that by operation, yes, you would get at 8 members because there's only one other member referenced, and that's the director of IT. The only people that can serve on our committees are members as appointed. So effectively, you have 8 members.
Up to
8 members. I will say it's not necessarily a legal opinion, but I like odd numbers for votes. 9 directors. That's why we have 9 DRB members. That way, you don't have a tie. The time, obviously, if people don't show up, you run the risk, but you're set up to succeed rather than set up to fail.
Could we ask council to review the resolution to make sure that the entire document is consistent with the intent of this? So that there are 7 voting members, and if the wording is vague with the other committees, that we at least consider making all the committees consistent in terms of the number of voting members?
Well, if we're going to do that, we should have a much broader discussion as to whether or not what we want our staff people to be. Ex officio members under Robert's rules enjoy all the same privileges, assuming they're part of the organization, as a regular member. And that's straight out of Robert's rules. So I don't know if the board's intent for the director of IT and the principal financial officer is to have them as ex officio, even myself on Bach and Hank on BGC are ex officio members. And so the board needs to have a more in-depth conversation of, do you want them to show up and be members, non-voting or other, or do you want them to be staff liaisons similar to PRAC and our other advisory committees? And that's something that needs to be, if we're gonna do a deep dive into this and not, as Tim observed, fix it piecemeal, then I think it merits a more verbose discussion.
It's true, because there is inconsistency in our organization with what ex officio members do.
Karen, Jennifer has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, yes.
The reason I threw this out there at BGC, and I was intending, as Tony said, to maybe do a more inclusive review, but it was clear to me that their board members and the members of Bach thought that they were voting in the correct number of people when they made their recommendation. And if that's what they thought that they were supposed to do, then the full board should have the opportunity to affirm that was what was thought. And I've also heard the board in the past discuss, and staff also kind of bring up this, it's better to have an odd number of members. So that's why I brought it up at Bach, because the public hearing was not added to this agenda. I didn't motion additional language changes because we haven't had that public hearing yet. But in the meantime, I thought that the board should be able to affirm whether that's what they thought that they were doing when they originally approved this motion or this resolution for the IT committee.
Right. Well, what's the feeling? Do we want to go ahead with a motion and change the language, or do we want to this be looked into further for a more sort of a comprehensive clarification?
Could we do both? Since
we can. I'm happy to make a motion then to amend board committees resolution, a resolution for board committees. Let me pull it up. Section D3.
Madam President, point
Yes.
of order. I believe we already have a motion and second on the table to that effect.
We have my motion to add the one word, but
To add
I
the
think,
one word. Okay.
yeah, I think you could go the route of kind of doing an amendment to my motion, or we could vote on this one and then we could do that one next.
Okay, well, I will then offer an amendment to Jennifer's motion to to change at the most 8 committee members, including 7 voting members. To include 7 voting members. That's my amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion on that, Aaron?
I think it's obvious from the simpler language that it calls out the director of IT as a non-voting ex officio member. And then
So just add the word voting like it in the original.
voting members, I think that accomplishes everything you're trying to do without extra words.
Okay.
I agree.
Do you want to withdraw, Karen?
I'll withdraw my amendment then.
Then I'll withdraw my second. One word, guys. We're on one word.
One word. All those in favor?
We have.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Aaron, was this more discussion?
Yes, please. I kind of am feeling similar to Director Dowling that I was uncomfortable changing resolution 1, but we had a deadline breathing down our neck on that one. I don't think we have a similar deadline here, and so wordsmithing in this venue, I think, is just going to lead to sloppy resolutions behind us as we go forward. So I would prefer that a more holistic approach be taken rather than injecting one word here and one word there throughout all of our resolutions.
Yes, Bob.
This is a question for Tony. Would this wording pose a problem for the IT committee to make decisions as it presently stands?
No.
Okay, got it.
Are we ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor? Okay. And opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
You may.
I would request that this board direct the BGC to consider our ex officio members in all of our committees, make a recommendation to the board as to whether they wish them to remain ex officio members or be rewritten as staff liaisons, some other type of attendee to these meetings.
That was exactly what I was going to motion next. But, Tony, I know you like to add deadlines onto things. Would you suggest a deadline? Because I'd be happy to make that motion.
I would suggest a deadline of no later. Do you think we could do it by the next board meeting?
I don't know, BGC's packet's due tomorrow. I would defer to John because he would know the schedule he's putting together.
It's a pretty tight schedule getting the packet out, Tony.
How about September?
I think that's doable.
Very doable.
I will motion what Tony said.
To direct
BGC to review the language of ex officio by September.
By the September board meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. The motion carries. Okay. On to item P, Friends of Reston. Discussion that we have 3 presenters on that, and I just want to acknowledge the presence of the Friends of Reston a board president, Carolyn Horniak, and I believe Fran Lovis, the secretary, is also here. There may have been others earlier, but anyway, they because we are doing this presentation, they were interested in being on this call tonight. So with that, Tony, I think you were first up on here.
Larry was going to take lead.
I can speak really quickly. Christina, can you pull up the slide deck?
Oh, okay, yeah, I just took in the order that was on the agenda, so go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, my part's really brief. It's really the history, and there's probably people on this that know the history better than I do. But the Friends was, well, for many years, because we're a 501c4, we could not receive tax-deductible donations back when they were more of a thing than they are today, I should say. So with the nature center, having been deeded to us in the 80s, and the long-term goal to create a year-round nature center, that was part of the impetus for the creation of the Friends of Reston. It wasn't the sole impetus, but it was a big push. So they were created in 1999. And then their main focus for the first really 9 years was fundraising for Nature House. There was a referendum in 2001, rather controversial one, some of you may remember, about whether to build the Nature Center or not, because it was new capital and something we didn't have, a year-round nature center. Part of that, the result of that referendum, is that it would be privately fundraised. And so that was really the kicker to get the Friends of Reston going. And so they undertook a capital campaign that raised over $1.5 million for the successful fundraising for Nature House, which, as I think most of you know, is the first LEED Gold building in the Hunter Mill District. But again, that was kind of the big early focus, but they've got a lot of other things that they've worked on, and we have that as, I think it's on the last slide, we'll go into that. So that's kind of the quick history of the Friends. Again, I'm trying to keep it short, it's late. And I think Tony is going to go through sort of the key pieces of the governing documents that are germane to how Reston Association, as the only member of the Friends of Reston, and the Friends interact, and and how they overlap one another. So with that quick history, I'm going to turn it.
Thank you, Larry. Also, and I just want to interject, which I should have done at the beginning of this item, is to say that we have annual meetings of the RA board and the Friends of Reston board, and in advance of that, we felt, especially for the newer board members, it would be a good idea to have this little presentation in advance of that, so that everybody knows exactly what Friends of Reston is all about.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tony.
Let's roll with the most exciting part of the evening, when I get to talk for more than 5 minutes. So they were, as Larry said, established in 1999. The name that the nonprofit does business under is the Friends of Reston for Community Projects, Inc. They said they're a 501c3, which means they can ask for money, and we really can't. That's the list of our current board of directors. As Larry alluded to, we enjoy we being Reston Association, enjoy 2 ex officio positions. Karen Anton and Hank Lynch, as his role as CEO and her role as president. A Reston Association employee, Kia Cole Hines, is the executive director, and she took over from Katie Shaw, who served for a number of years and was, from all accounts, excellent. Next slide, please. So, unlike Reston, which is governed by a series of documents, resolutions, POA, simpler. They have two governing documents. They're restated articles of Inc. And this document is what really created Friends of Reston. It's what you file with the State Corporation Commission. And it's basically the skeleton which you stand the organization up under. And then you move on to the bylaws for the Friends of Reston. Relevant dates are provided in the slide. And this document deals with how the affairs of the corporation are going to be administered. Run your meetings, who's going to be on your executive committee, etc. So just like the association, Friends of Reston is a non-stock corporation, which means they are governed under the Non-Stock Corporation Act. Deals with meetings, officers, fiduciary duties, things along those lines. Next slide, please. Mission of the Friends of Reston, spelled out. It's these enumerated items: foster, support, sponsor, advance, improve, maintain, and promote within Reston. Maintenance, enhancement of the acreage regarding educational, recreational, sports, camp programs, scholarships for preschool, elementary, middle, and high school students. Programs fostering a sense of community through increased volunteerism, activities, both educational and government programs, and efforts to combat housing and community deterioration. Activities, programs, and efforts to combat juvenile delinquency. Programs, efforts to advance education generally. Activities, programs to erect and maintain public buildings, monuments, works. And activities and programs and efforts to direct toward the relief of the poor, the distressed, or the underprivileged. So as you can see, a very large, a very verbose mission statement to benefit Reston. Next slide, please. Back up. Just one, please. One more backwards, please. Okay, so how does Friends of Reston act to further its mission? They go out and get money. They obtain and they make grants. They get or make gifts. And this one's like the catch-all provision. They act otherwise in providing assistance conditions as the board of directors may deem proper. So, directing provisions of grants and other assistance to individuals in further of the purposes. Again, a very broad swath of purposes, so a lot of leeway here in how the money can be obtained. Please. So how are they set up? Well, the good news is they have only one shareholder or member, and that's the Reston Association. The board of directors elects the directors to the board for the Friends of Reston. The total number of directors that can be on the Friends of Reston board is less than 7 or no more than 20. And that includes the 2 ex officio officers I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Now, what's interesting is that the bylaws don't leave it up to Robert's rules. They specifically carve out in the bylaws that the ex officio directors have the same powers, privileges, duties, and responsibilities as an elected director. There is no difference. Each elected director is for a term of 3 years. Similar to Reston, 3 consecutive 3-year terms, and then you need to take a year off. In the event that a director for Friends of Reston needed to be removed, they would be removed through the board of directors of Reston Association, but only in cases of a conviction of a court by a crime involving moral turpitude, fraud, extortion, things along those lines, fiduciary duty towards the corporation, disclose a material, personal, or economic conflict of interest on any matter which the director voted, 3 consecutive board meetings without sufficient cause. Not defined. Next slide, please. The governance structure. So the officers of the corporation are the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and executive director, and such other officers as may be elected in accordance with the bylaws. About Reston Association, Christina is the assistant secretary of the Reston Association Board of Directors. That is a such other officer as may be elected in accordance with the bylaws. So if Friends of Reston had an assistant secretary, assistant treasurer, those would be in accordance with the bylaws. Two interesting things as it pertains to this group of officers. Is required by the bylaws to be the chief financial officer of Reston Association. The executive director is also an employee of Reston Association. Similar to, again, Reston Association, the officers hold their office until the next annual meeting, until their successors are elected. You can have a situation where nobody wants the, glamorous job of president, and someone, so the president can find another volunteer that is elected by the board. Now, as a reminder on basic governance, Reston Association elects the directors, Friends of Reston, Friends of Directors elects the board. Any officer of the board of directors, Friends of Reston, may be removed off that board when in the interest, it's in the best interest of the corporation. And that's, again, very vague, but would follow the business judgment rule under the Non-Stop Corporation Act. Next slide, please. So before we go into this, which I'll turn over to Laura and or Larry, I wanted to ask if there are any questions from the board before I take my leave.
Tony, I have questions.
Okay.
I know that 501 or philanthropic arms like this, like Friends of Reston, 501c3, can be set up a couple days as a connected organization. So I guess my first question is, do we have to approve anything or affirm anything that Friends of Reston does, or do we only as an RA board have the ability to direct our representatives to the Friends of Reston board to ask Friends of Reston to take action on something or take up a cause of some sort?
So the only thing that Reston Association does is elect the directors. So if to quote my former boss Benny Cass, if you don't like what the board is doing, vote some new blood in, and that's all you can do in terms of steering the Friends. They are a sovereign board in their own right. Now we again do enjoy 2 votes on that board through our ex officio officers, being Karen and Hank, but no, we don't bless their actions. They're sovereign in their own right. You're muted, Jennifer.
I'm sorry. So we could direct Hank and Karen, who are our current representatives, to ask, bring up at their board meeting or ask Friends of Reston to do something. So we could direct them to take something before the Friends of Reston board, I think is what I understood you to say.
You can, but remember that unfortunately, Hank and Karen are in a bit of a trick box in that they enjoy the fiduciary obligations to 2 boards. Their membership is the same, and their obligations, loyalty, diligence, are the same to the Reston Association board as they are to the Friends of Reston board.
Okay. So we would want to be careful then, or maybe seek your advice if we were putting them in a bad spot by directing them to bring something before them. And then my second question is, you had said that the executive director of the Friends of Reston board is an employee of RA. So does it say anywhere in there that we provide that service for free? Or would we have the ability to, if we ever wanted to, charge them for that?
I would have to research that and get back to you. I don't believe anywhere it says that that is provided for free, but I'll have to look at it.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions. Thanks.
Any further questions before I turn it back over to Larry and Laura?
All right, well, since Laura's name is on the agenda, we're gonna let her take this slide.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, go ahead.
Wouldn't want to rob you of the opportunity, Laura.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be very brief. I know it's late. So these are just a list of funding sources and some of the current project. It's certainly not a comprehensive list of what the Friends has helped to support Reston Association. So some of the past major funding sources are stream restoration projects, a camp scholarship program, a fun run, a 5K, individual and corporate contributions. And there are other projects that are stood up and help with, but these are the major funding sources. Current projects are camp scholarship program fundraising, another fun run 5K that will be launched in October that we're very excited about, that will support not only camp scholarships, but also our other youth scholarship programs through tennis and swimming, which has not been done. Swimming had not been done before. Tennis did have fundraising events for through Friends. The RA Web Track Roundup that was mentioned earlier this evening. And the Lake Ann Volleyball Court was an example of a project that was just recently completed. And then we were very thankful for the COVID-19 supplies for our department to help support the new requirements that we had for spacing, physical distancing, the enhanced cleaning measures, and then also our personal protection equipment for our staff and our members. And then also ADA accessibility upgrades coming to Nature House for the doors and other projects. So this is just a brief, just a sample for you to get a flavor of major funding sources and then also the current projects for this year.
Can I ask a quick question, Laura? So Laura and Hank, we talked about, one of my wish list items, the assistance for those that are struggling. Is that something you guys can add to the current projects, or do you need sort of direction from the board in an official motion?
That was brought up at the last Friends meeting, and it needs some more discussion. So it was brought up.
Was it positive, negative, moving in the right direction? Is there anything we can do to support?
No, I think it just, like anything, they're like us. They have a lot of questions, and we need to. So yeah, it's a positive. People are receptive. We just have to work out some details.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
I think Karen was calling on me, but she's muted.
Yes, thank you.
As a follow-up to Sarah's question, are you and Karen advocating that Friends of Reston consider taking that up as a cause, or did you just bring it up as something you heard at a board meeting?
We brought it up as a cause.
Yep. Anything else? Going once, going twice. Okay. Well, thank you, Tony and Larry and Laura. And I'll look forward to finding a date soon when we can have our joint board meeting. Okay. I don't believe, Tony, unless there's something I'm unaware of, we need the executive session for consultation with you.
Well, Karen, that would just break my heart.
So do I have to officially remove this executive session from the agenda, or?
Yes.
Yes, in the form of an amendment to the agenda?
Move to remove item
You.
Q.
Q.
Second,
All those in favor? Anybody opposed to that? Okay. All right, is there any new business? Jennifer?
I motion that the board reaffirm our commitment of the 2021 capital budget.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Our commitment to it?
Reaffirm.
Yeah, to reaffirm, we approved our 2021 capital budget, but I'd like us to.
Oh, the 2021. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, 2021, one that we've already approved. Sorry, it's late. But I would like to see us reaffirm that, that we still believe in the 2021 capital budget as we approved it, or as you all, I was not on the board at the time, approved it last November. Or it may have been December 1st. I don't remember exactly the date, but the end of last year.
November 17th.
November 17th, 2020. Thank you, Bob.
Madam,
Why? Yes, John.
Jennifer, could you explain what leads you to make this motion?
Yes, I have heard in meetings that this and via email that the staff don't necessarily feel that we have given them a 5-year facilities plan. So they're unsure of what to do with some of the things in the 2021 budget. And I have not heard any board members object to anything in the 2021 capital budget. So I would like to reaffirm for them that we still believe in the 2021 capital budget. And our expectation, therefore, is that they would work towards completing the items in the 2021 capital budget.
Yes, Tim.
I'm going to, I don't think I can support the motion because it's unnecessary, particularly at this late hour.
Anybody? Yes, Aaron.
I'm with Tim. This is like affirming that the sky is blue.
Yeah. I'm with you too. Anybody else have a comment? Okay, I'm going to call the question.
Jennifer has a comment.
Oh, yes.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I was trying to give clarity to the staff. And I do think that we have already approved it and that they should be working towards completing those 2021 capital items. But I wanted to double check and see if there was any objection to any board members out there that we shouldn't be working towards that direction. So unless I hear that there is some objection, to me, regardless whether we approve this motion or not, we still have an approved 2021 budget that they should be working towards.
Okay, any more discussion?
Just to clarify, by voting no, we're just saying we're not doing the reaffirmation. We're still sticking to the original.
Right. Yes.
Don't we say? Aren't we, by voting yes, aren't we saying that we're following it as well? I don't, I'm confused.
I think
It's not unusual.
if your vote, correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer, I think if you vote in favor of this motion, you feel we do need to affirm our commitment to the 2021 capital budget. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that as you guys did with the golf course reaffirmation of the resolution, you were putting emphasis towards the fact that you still believed in it. By not approving it, we still haven't approved 2021 capital budget. We're just not putting emphasis towards it.
Yes, Hank.
I really think at the late hour that you probably ought to bring this up at a time and include Dave Kerr and other fiscal committee members, because I think this has to do with a couple of the pools. And without spending a lot of time going into it, factoring in some of the repair work that needs to be done at a couple of pools now that add up to several $100,000, knowing that there's major renovations coming down the pike, and whether or not you all are going to approve to do that or not could be somewhat fiscally irresponsible. And I think you all need to be aware of it and at least have, Larry and Chris and other members of the fiscal committee explaining to you what you're actually reaffirming. Staff right now is trying to be fiscally responsible. And again, it's a late hour. It's 11 o'clock at night. And we've been at this for almost 5 hours. I don't think it's a good time to have this sort of conversation. Perhaps we could put it at the beginning of the next full board meeting, or you could have a special meeting with fiscal committee to discuss it. You've already approved the 2021 capital budget. We are working to implement everything that we possibly can with it. But there's also some decisions you all have to make when it surrounds some of these major capital expenditures coming down the pike, which also have an implication in what we do or don't do this year.
This coincides with the principles that Dave Kerr mentioned early on in the meeting, and that I repeated and hopefully emphasized in the section on the RRF. So would be, yes, John.
Madam President?
Yes, John.
I've gone from puzzlement to a suspicion that there's more lurking here that we do need to deal with candidly and at a better time. So I've gone from puzzlement to suspicion that there's something lurking here that we need to address. And this, I don't think we're prepared physically, emotionally, or background-wise to discuss it tonight.
Okay, if there's no more discussion,
That's my view.
thank you. If there's no more discussion, can I call for the question? All those, yep.
I'm happy to withdraw the motion, but as John just said, I agree. There's stuff lurking behind the scenes, and it should be addressed. But this was the only ability that I had to address it at this point. So, Karen, I think you have the ability to potentially add things to agendas without going through some of the hoops that us as board members need to. So I would agree with John that it is something that would be nice to discuss at a future meeting. But until then, I still believe that we have a 2021 approved capital budget.
Yes, sir.
I have two things. One is, yes, I think we can take this up at BOC. when we're planning the next agenda? And if there's nothing else, I have a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Good night, y'all.
I'd like to thank you all for
Good night,
handing.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all for handing Larry another defeat.